Good morning. Good morning, Antigua and Barbuda. Good morning to the wider part of the Eastern Caribbean and to the global audience. It is day one of this Cricket West Indies Rising Star Under 15 Championship 2025. And it is the opening game here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 3 games matched up today. So you know there are matches taking place in Liberta and also at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. My name is Vernon Springer. Seems like a long time ago that I was here, but I'm joined by a special guest who will be with us today. And he's a former player that played for Barbados, Richard Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Mr. Springer. Good morning, everybody. Just a quick correction. I didn't actually play for Barbados. I was in the Barbados youth squad in 1983 when Barbados won the Under-19 Cup in Jamaica.
All right, so there you heard it from Mr. Armstrong. And so we have, just to let you know, other matches starting today in Antigua and Barbuda. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Trinidad and Tobago taking on Guyana. And then we have Jamaica taking on Barbados at Liberta. Kenny Benjamin, who Mr. Armstrong would have met a very long time ago.
Right.
You got some big names there because Milton also played Test cricket as well.
That's
too.
right. Yeah, Milton actually went on to play Test cricket the very next year.
Yeah. Very good friend of mine, Milton, if you're listening. Good morning to you, because I first got in contact with Linton and Adrian Donovan and company through the 13 and under cricket tournament, which was held in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Yeah, I actually I played my club cricket in Barbados with Milton. Probably, I would rate Milton probably one of the best U15 fast bowlers I've seen. He had pace and he could do a lot with it.
Yeah, so we are just about ready to get ourselves going here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The umpires maybe just going through their final phases. And anytime soon, I think the score is maybe having a tough time in picking up who is maybe will be starting the bowling. And it's always going to be a big challenge, especially from our vantage point here. Now they're going to be starting from the CIU road end, from the media center end. Just to let you know that the Windward Islands under 15 won the toss and inserted the Leeward Islands under 15. And we are off and running with the first delivery. He for a leg before, but the ball seemed to be going down. Scores not being able to pick up Clayton Powell, who is opening for the Leewards today.
Can't quite remember what his surname is. He's Caleb. He's an all-rounder from St. Lucia. Did very well in the Windward Islands under 15 tournament.
Yeah, wide there. Starting with a wide as quick as possible. He's trying to pick up the number. Is it number 14 or number 4? Trying to pick up the number on his back so that we can get the cameraman to just zoom in. Got the white numbers on.
4.
Number 4. So number 4 would be Caleb Charles. So Charles starting, well, let's think of medium more or less. Just putting it into the right area.
Yeah, he's normally quicker than this. It looks like a little touch of nerves, maybe just trying to get his line and length right before he ups his pace a bit.
So Kylan Wood is the batsman. And Powell, number 55. James comes down and defends very well. leg by being signaled by the umpire. Wood missing out there. Kylan Wood, 14 years of age, from the village of St. Paul's in St. Kitts. He's come with quite a reputation. Powell, the wicketkeeper, very organized. Gets a wide delivery from James, called wide by the umpire. That was a little bit harsh there, Richard.
Yeah, definitely. I thought that was
looked like it was within the area there.
Yeah, definitely.
Leeward Islands team, Jack Wanathan is captain. Andre Daniel carries Farrell. Mikey Sologum, Aiden Williams. Break for a while as James in now to bowl to Powell. That is now certainly a wide. Certainly would support that one, but the one I thought before was within the range and was just pretty close enough. And that's a challenge that I think he will have, Richard, at this level, the under 15 level. And I've always been debating, Richard, maybe have 40 overs for the under 15, and then maybe the under 17 50 overs, gives them a chance, even bring in the boundaries, give them some more entertainment, more or less in the process.
Yes, the 50 overs is a long game for the under 15s, but I guess the thought process is try and almost make it a long game, a long white ball game, so that the batsmen can play almost as if they're playing red ball cricket. Most of these teams will be challenged to bat a full 50 overs, but it's a good challenge. A lot of the teams that actually do manage to bat the 50 overs will win games. So in a way, it's a good idea to push them. They're playing a one-day game, but they're given the opportunity. The batsmen are given the opportunity to have a long knocks, and of course the bowlers then get the opportunity to bowl 2 or 3 spells, because they can bowl it for 10 overs.
Yeah. So Woods, James going around the wicket now, moving from over, maybe just a little bit too much swing. Just thought he didn't get his biomechanics right, but he was on target, and Woods just playing it into the offside. So they started with 1 slip. We've got a mid-on, mid-off cover, square leg, short mid-wicket, white third man on a fine leg, James, and driven up to mid-off. Finally the over comes to an end, and according to our manual scoreboard operators, at the end of the first over, looks like it is 6 without loss. I think in this context, Richard, the power play is also going to be very important.
Yeah, in all white ball cricket, the power play plays a big role in your final target. It's also, of course, an opportunity for the fielding side to get into the batting lineup if they bowl well. So yeah, it's important for both sides to maximise on it.
So you played a lot of club cricket, Richard, in Barbados during your time?
Yeah, I played for the famous Wanderers Club, the oldest club in Barbados. I think I probably played about 18 years at the first division level. Through the 80s and early 90s. Played with had some top names playing with us. Jeff Dujon came and played for a couple of years at the club. We had Clayton Lambert, Franklin Stevenson. So some good guidance. And when he first came into the side, of course, there was our team had in people like Michael Worrell that played West Indies B, Milton Small that played Test Cricket, Stephen Farmer that had played for Barbados, Prof Edwards, that's a good show.
Yeah.
Prof Edwards that had played for the West Indies, Vibert Green that played West Indies B. So yeah, it was a good strong side. Standards were high. Shane Julian, of course, that you would know.
Yeah, the late Shane Julian.
That's right. He batted at 3. I openly bat him and Mark Seeley, who went on to play a few games for Barbados. So yeah, strong side.
caught behind. He's given out.
Yes, I think he hit that.
He's indicating that he hit the ball into it was back more or less. But the umpire has given him out. Let's look at that again. Pitched up, and it would have been a wide.
Yes. Definitely a big deflection there.
So, Leeward Islands losing their first wicket. On the score 6-1, Woods goes back to a wide delivery. Just the hands going more or less and caught by the wicketkeeper. And straight away there's success for the Windward Islands. These two would have played a couple of practice games in the process. Trying to see if I can pick up the number of the bowler. Okay, with the white numbers, it's not getting to focusing as long as you would want to.
He's a Dominican player. Last name is John.
Dylan John.
Dylan John, yes. I think this may be his third year, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, so John, he's one of three players returning from last year to Richard.
Yes.
You have Joseph, Charles, and John. So Dylan John, medium pace, more or less. He's going to bowl to the...
Bowled him.
He's bowled him! Cocker whoop!
Yeah, I was just about to say he swings the ball in quite deep.
Aidan Williams bowled to the gate. No movement at all. Let's look back at that. As we see the revision there. He was neither forward nor back. Didn't even defend. And let's look at it. Wicketkeeper going down. And Dylan John pitched up. Didn't move. Didn't defend the castle at all. There was no movement there at all. Almost a straight ball, Richard.
Yeah, it just came in enough. Batsman wasn't obviously expecting that to happen, although he should have been, because the first ball came in as well. And yeah, he just didn't defend his wicket.
So the Leewards are in trouble here as Jack Athernes, their captain, walks out. Aidan Williams goes bowled by Dylan John. Very soft dismissal. It was like it was caught on the crease. Was neither forward nor back, and straight to the gate. And the basic movement would be to get your right foot into position. And Aidan Williams goes back to the pavilion. So the Leewards are now 6 for 2. They've lost Kylan Wood, and they've also lost Aidan Williams. Here goes John. Moves in now to bowl to Athernes, and Athernes comes quietly forward. Jacon Athernes, the son of Justin Athernes, would have represented the Leeward Islands at the under-19 level and also played for the Leeward Islands senior level as well. Very good competitor. First started as a fast bowler in the under-19 competition way back when in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Got a bright future ahead of him, this young man. This is his second year playing for this tournament. John just missed his step there for a while. And Aidan Williams, the son of Stuart Williams, his uncle, the late Ronako Morton. So, cricketing family. So, it's really good to see the growth path continuing from father to son. Orlando Peters, he's also has a son here, Andre Peters, who is playing as well. Oh, that had a little kick and bounce on it. Dylan John, he's competitive, he's coming down, he's charged up, saying to Athernes, I'm going to get you today. But the sportsmanship between these two has been very, very much excellent. Windward's pumped up for this contest. And the relationship between the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands in terms of their training. This would have been the third year of their partnership in getting together and having some practice games before the tournament. Slightly forward is Justin Athens, and Dylan John completes his first over. He's picked up 2 wickets in the first over. Double wicket maiden.
Yes, he again is not charging in like I know he can. I've seen him bowl quick on that, but he's getting it in the right areas and he's getting the ball to move. That's pretty much all it takes. Well played there by the new batsman though. He's getting out on the front foot, which is important when the ball is moving around. That's quite compact.
Yeah. Jacko Nathan is the captain, so he really would be the batsman expected to lead in this process here. Can maybe just spend some time at the crease and get himself going, but that would be a good spectacle as well. 2 overs gone, 6 for 2 at the end of it. James starts again. No, it'd be Caleb Charles, right? Do I have it?
Charles, yes,
Yeah,
Caleb Charles.
Caleb Charles.
Yes. Solution.
Wide delivery again from Charles. Dylan John from the island of Dominica, the Commonwealth of Dominica. Say good morning to Lockhart Sebastian, Thomas Kentish, all of those guys in Dominica. Trevor Shillingford, I think, told me that he was traveling, so now he'll be around. Phoenix Thomas. Dominica with their captain, Joshua Joseph. We also have Alex Armstrong, your son, Richard.
Yep. Oh.
Another wide again. Yeah, he just can't seem to get it right.
Yeah, he's not getting his wrist in a very good position there at all.
More or less pushing the ball and giving the keeper a very torrid time. And that's what you will get at this level. I still feel that it's a growing path, and they will learn, they will make mistakes. Sometimes the coaches have to, maybe I just feel sometimes, relax. There's sometimes a lot of pressure on these young cricketers because the coaches, they want to win. Young players want to learn. Driven down the ground by Powell. Could have more or less just got a bigger stride out there, Powell, and punched that down the ground. So Caleb Charles finally getting that one on the money, as they would say. It's the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 Championship taking place in Antigua and Barbuda. A very back sporting weekend throughout the Caribbean. I'm joined by my guest colleague, Richard Armstrong. Oh, that is extremely... yeah, he's really having a torrid time here. He's trying a lot of things.
Yeah,
that was an outswinger there.
he's definitely struggling with that wrist position. He's pushing the ball to the off, pushing it to the leg. He's not getting the wrist behind the ball nicely.
So kind of more or less remarking his run. I don't think it's his run really. I think, as you rightly said, Richard, has to do with his wrist position.
Yeah, I think it's probably a touch of nerves as well.
Joseph, the captain wearing the number 20, has just reminded him. Another wide again. Yeah. That will always be the problem. But he'll get it right. Just needs to breathe. Captain just coming across and saying to him, listen, just relax, just relax. It's about muscle memory. Look at the target, look at the stumps.
He bowled a lot better in the Windward Islands tournament in St. Lucia in December, and his approach to the crease was a lot more aggressive. So it's definitely nerves here that's giving him trouble.
Caleb Charles round the wicket. Powell just plays it into the offside. Can't score. And so the score, according to our manual scoreboard because we've not been able to, our scores have not been able to catch up with us as yet. They seem to be behind. They're 10 for 2, and this is over number 3. Now brings maybe a slight change. Driving up to mid-off. Very good positive shots. Had a good stride there. Powell just needs to find the gap. But it's early days yet. And one can't overemphasize how hard the ground officials have worked here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, because they've got to deal with the academy. They've got to deal with almost most of the teams, the practice areas, the teams that have practiced yesterday. A couple of teams practice up here. Driven down the ground, still not being able to find a gap. Powell just needs to lead with his head on his shoulders and get that left foot out to the pitch of the ball, lean into it, and look to find the gap. Get that extension. He's a tall guy. He too is also from St. Paul's as well, coming out of Mr. Ward, Teacher Ward's area, James Ward. He's got a little academy in the St. Paul's area. Sean Bergen and company, short ball, and he was trying to get fancy there, looking to turn that. Got himself into a mess. So finally, Caleb Charles over comes to an end, and I think it might have been some 4 wides within that over. The score at the end of over number 3 is 10 for 2.
Yeah, going round the wicket seems to be helping him get his action right. That's not something that's normal, but it's working for him. He's finishing over very well.
Certainly has. So tell us a little bit about your son.
All right, so my son his mom is Dominican. We lived in Dominica for a while. We are back in Barbados now, so he goes to school in Barbados. He plays for the Foundation School, which has a famous history of persons like Joel Garner, Joffrey Archer. Those are 2 that come to mind right away that come from that school. He was invited to Dominica to try out for the Dominican team in November, so we travelled up and he made the Dominican team. We went to St. Lucia then for the Windward under 15 tournament, and he did very well. He missed the last 2 games unfortunately because he had a bad reoccurrence of a broken wrist which flared up, but he did well enough to get picked, and he's here now representing the Windwards. He's quite proud of it.
Drawn into ball to Athens. No ball.
No ball.
Being called by the umpire. So John just overstepping there. Now takes the score up to 11 for 2. Athens is just standing up straight, so it's a free hit. Had the pleasure of seeing this young man, some Alex Armstrong, wearing the number 21. Very powerful player. And if he gets off in this tournament, he'll be pretty exciting to see as well. He's got some good power. Athens is hoisting that. Free hit into the boundary. No, it doesn't make it. And they're ambling. They could have got 3 there. So in the end, they only got 2.
Yeah, poor running.
Yeah, got to be more intensity in the running. So Athens is off the mark with 2. That free hit. A lot depends on this young man's shoulder. He's been the backbone of the school team from Antigua and Barbuda. Gets a well pitched up delivery there from Dylan John. Comes down on it positively. Mid on, mid off. Windward Islands under 15 starting with just the lone slip. It's not even the first slip, it's more or less like a second slip. Maybe even a third if you don't look sharp, Richard. on drive. Single.
Yeah, he's probably at a second slip. Ball ducking back in, I guess. He could probably come a little finer, but trying to cover two spots, I guess.
Yeah, we see it in the modern game, Richard.
Yeah.
They always, it's like they're leaving it for the jack in the box to try and catch a ball. But you know, traditionally, Richard, you know, I come from, as some folks who say the old school, I think if you had first slip, you had first slip. Dylan John. The ball to Powell. Airily played out to Armstrong at the short mid-wicket area. And one of the things that I've found so far for the years that you're looking at this tournament, Richard, is that when the ball comes within a particular area, wicket to wicket, most of the players tend to either fall over because they're looking to whip the ball more or less rather than looking, even though the coaches are telling them to play up in the V.
Yeah, these stances have changed a lot over the years. You get this very open stance now that tends to create a bit of a falling across the crease. If you don't get that, if you're a right-hander, you don't get that left leg around.
So the end of the fourth over, and at the end of it, the Leeward Islands have been inserted. They're 14 for 2. Justin Athens is on 3 and Powell is on 1. If you're wondering what's happening, we've just joined the coverage of the Cricket West Indies under 15 Rising Stars Championship. Dylan John has already picked up 2 wickets, double wicket maiden. The folks on the manual scoreboard doing an excellent job here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Do we have a change?
Yes, the skipper coming on now. Jashawn Joseph.
Jashawn Joseph has replaced Caleb Charles. Here is Athens driving up to cover. First delivery from Joseph. So captain to captain. Wide.
Oh. Head fell away there terribly.
Yeah. $15 for 2. Wide there from Joseph to Athens. Athens driving up to mid-off.
Athens definitely looks good. He's getting out on your front foot. Back face coming through the ball nicely.
Break for a while. Joseph, full toss, slapped away square. First boundary of the day for the Leeward Islands under 15. Full toss, and Athens long levers dispatched it. Lovely shot by the young man. Score in the meantime goes up to 18 for 2.
Wide and full. Any good batsman should be putting that away, and he did.
Pies for today. Looks like it's Ebanks and Prescott. Just to let you know, matches are also taking place at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and the Bertha Sports Club. Good movement there. Good comeback there by Joseph. As they would say, on the money. Score in the meantime goes up to 19 for 2. Because I think Joseph did bowl a wide in the process.
Getting a little outdrift with the breeze helping him. Has the action for it. Just needs to get it right over and over again.
Here goes Joseph from the media center end. The ball to Athenes. Athenes sort of just in rehearsal now deciding that maybe just needed to go from heel to toe. More or less came onto his toe instead. Sort of cramped himself. He's rehearsing. I think so much pressure on this young man's shoulder. The trial just saw I think he got a 99 in the first game. Good delivery. That's harsh by the umpire. That is harsh. I'd like to see that again, Jason. That had to be in the line, Richard.
Yeah, very tight. Very tight.
Let's look at that again, Rich. Jason could just, the Wiz can just pull that up for me. Look at Joseph. Oh, you gotta give that. You have to give him. You have to give him that, especially at this level when you good single there. The mid-on caught on his heels there. Couldn't stop the single. Good run in.
Well run. Good to see that at this level.
So the end of over number 5 into the power play. The Leeward Islands are 21 for 2. Williams and Woods back in the pavilion already. So John just being stopped by the umpire. Thank you very much for tuning in and supporting West Indies cricket in a very big way. Athenes on driving down the ground. Won't get a single in the process. But good elegant shot from the Leeward Islands under 15 captain.
Yeah, he looks good. Well organized. So far been playing it on merit.
This plays this into the offside. And good run in there again by Athenes to have rotation of the strike.
The Windward side needs to squeeze here a bit now and put some pressure on this player who hasn't faced a lot of balls.
Yeah, Powell, full toss. And again, Powell not being able to put away that. It's more or less just styling, really. He needed to lean into that and find the gap. It's just a check drive. It's a full toss.
Probably feels too much under pressure to score at the moment. Probably feels too much under pressure to score at the moment. Losing his shape.
Good bowling here so far by Dylan John. Into bowl to Powell. Gets a short ball, stands up straight. But just think that his right foot, Richard, is just planted on the crease. He doesn't go back or forward. It's just the left. It's got to be balanced at the crease as a batsman. It's got to be back or forward. You got to be rocking. If you're coming forward, you go from heel to toe. If you're going back, then you got to get deep into your crease.
Yep, you got to be either forward or back if bowlers want you to be caught on the crease.
Full toss, and he misses that.
So you hit it too hard.
Yeah, and then he was trying to hit across the line of the ball and square leg. You prefer to just hit the ball down the ground. Just took his eyes off of the ball, missed out there. That was almost like a gift. Over comes to an end. Over number 6. And the Leeward Islands, they are 22 for 2.
It's like a nice little covering of grass on the pitch. I would like to see someone in this tournament with a bit of pace, see if they could utilise it. It's something that a lot of us have been calling for in West Indies cricket a long time. The pitches have just got too low and slow, and we're not producing good quality fast bowlers that made us great.
Here is a delivery there from Joseph. Athens maybe just playing inside the line. Just as Richard said, just kept his shape, going right through. Still looking to attack here. Joseph trying to get wicket, so he's kept the slip, which is a good thing because we're in the power play. Leeward Islands 22 for 2. Athens driving, he's caught that first slip.
Good bowling.
Loose shot by Justin Athens. The hands went, and the Leewards are in trouble. They've lost their captain. Excellent catch. Good bowling there from Joseph. And Athens goes back.
Yeah, the length pulled him into the shot, and the aware movement did the rest. Good catch. Easy catch, but well taken. Good bowling.
Athens goes back for 9. The Leewards are in further trouble at the end of over number 7. They are 22 for 3. Eyes opened up, Richard. It was there. He didn't go from heel to toe. Didn't get close enough to the line of the ball. Just threw his hands. And an excellent catch there taken. The Windward Islands are large and in control here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground as the vice captain walks out, carries Farrell, wearing the number 10.
Yeah, the perfect outswinger's dismissal. Just throw it wide enough that the right-handed batsman feels that he can have a go at it, and the movement was just enough to catch the outside edge.
So the Leeward Islands in the power play. Windward Islands picking up wickets. The captain Joseph picking up his opposite member in Justin Athens, and that is a big wicket for the Windward Islands under 15. 22 for 3, and Farrell comes out. This young man has got some real potential. He's been highly spoken of. Natural athlete, footballer, but mainly concentrates on cricket. Gets his first delivery, and he too goes fishing as well. Trying to run that down, Richard, down to third man rather than look to hit it up in front of him.
Yeah, missed out there. Full toss first ball. Get some butt on it. Get some runs. Get off the mark.
Powell is 1. It's been a 1 for a very long time, Powell. Farrell gets a wide. And Joseph just... he's pumped. He's decided to up some pace, some more.
Yeah, he pushed that one. He didn't let that one come out and swing away. Push it with the wrist.
Here goes Joseph as he bongs away. In now to bowl to Farrell. Farrell defends. Full toss again. And almost caught him there. Farrell just going off balance.
Yeah, he's a little late in getting out there on your front foot. Again, touch of nerves by the look of it. Tends to freeze your footwork.
.23 for 3. The Leeward Islands under 15. In serious trouble. This is over number 7, Joseph, to Farrell. And Farrell is fishing at a wide one. Missed it completely, and more success for Joseph, picking up a wicket, the third of the day. And at the end of over number 7, the Leeward Islands, they're 23 for 2.
Yeah, that was a good over there by the Windward skipper. Most deliveries he got them where he wanted them. And new batsman struggling a bit to get in. Good to see the Dominican bowlers getting some movement. Control not always being there, but it's important to see the skills at this age. That getting ball to move around, the control and the knowing what to do with it will come.
Dylan John still continue?
Yep.
Indeed he should. He's got his tail up. He's already got 2 wickets here. Supported by his captain Joseph, who's picked up 1 as well. And maybe they can, as you rightly said, Richard, squeeze Powell some more. Maybe get another slip in. Starts with a wide John. Score in the meantime goes up to 24. Umpire signaling.
Not sure why he's trying something different there. He should just concentrate on attacking those stumps on the front pad.
Well, Powell is really not scoring, so there's no need for him to try anything. Don't give away any runs. Just bowl Powell as straight as possible. Powell will have to rethink his approach here. Ken is driving. No real base. Doesn't have a base. Just using the hands more or less. So you enjoying Antigua so far?
Yeah, I've been to Antigua. Well, I haven't been for a while, but I used to come up here every year to watch the test match. I have a friend that lives up here, so I come and shock up with them. And yeah, good place.
Here is Powell driving down the ground. That will give him some confidence. He'll get a couple of runs. And finally some pressure is released for Powell. Goes to 3.
Yeah, if I was the ball, I wouldn't mind that. That was a little bit of release of pressure to keep the pressure on.
Score in the meantime goes up to 26 for 3. Powell is 3. And he's driving in the air. Peeled off down to the third man who's coming in off of the boundary. Gets a single. Dylan John is excited. He's looking there. Just feels like something is going to happen.
Yeah, batsman Powell definitely starting to feel the pressure of not scoring and playing some loose shots.
And he's signaling to the dugout that he wants some water. He's not done anything. He's just been out there for a while. Farrell will now face his first delivery from Dylan John. John in to bowl to Farrell. Farrell is coming down on this one. Very beautiful delivery there. And all Farrell could do was just defend. Morning to Mommy Charlene Martin. His mother is expected to be arriving this afternoon into Antigua. One of the real hard-working administrators of cricket around the region from the island of Nevis. Gets a delivery. Did he get anything onto that? I think that might be signal leg by. Sure, I would have. My eyes would
Yep.
Good. So I did get that right. So Farrell remains a naught. And the score in the meantime goes up to 28.
Yeah, John doing the right thing there, getting the ball very full to him because he's not getting out to the ball. So get the in swinger as full as possible. Just missed the line there just now.
Now brings Powell back into strike. He's on 4. Drawn into Powell. Powell is off balance again. He doesn't have a base. He's signaling to the pavilion that he wants some water. But he has to talk to the umpire. It's just not a matter of somebody just running onto the field just like that.
Yeah, it seems to be the trend nowadays that batsmen either want gloves or want water after every 5 overs. And quite personally, I mean, I may be very old school, but the umpires need to have a lot more control over it.
And I'll tell something to you, Richard, because I don't know what time school cricket starts in Barbados. What time the matches start?
The 40 over games will start around 10 o'clock. Club cricket normally starts between 12 and 1, depending on the time of year, and will go up to 5:36.
And the reason why I'd ask you that, Richard, is that in Antigua and Barbuda, and most of the school cricket would start maybe after 1. So there's sometimes a routine with some of the players, maybe in the Leewards and the Windwards, in terms of when they start. So, you know, that in itself could also be a challenge as well.
Yeah.
For some of these youngsters, having to wake up pretty early, go to their drill. Farrell comes quietly forward, and he's off the mark, gets a single. Armstrong fires at the non-striker's end. So Farrell is finally off the mark. Score in the meantime goes up to 30. Joseph also bowled a wide so far in this over. Now brings Powell into strike. He just seems not to be able to make a proper contact with the ball. Down the onside, Joseph keep having a torrid time here to try and stop that. Push that, Joseph.
Yeah, not sure why he's trying to do something different there. Just concentrating on that, getting that ball to drift away from the off stump.
Wide signal by the umpire. They also ran in the process, so 2 out of that over. Joseph doesn't need to try anything. He just needs to keep it simple.
He's wiping his hands quite a bit there after he bowled that ball. I don't know if he's suffering from a bit of moisture in the palm, in the hands.
Yeah, he's got on a long sleeve jersey as well too. 32 for 3. Farrell back into strike. He's steering this down to third man for his second run. So Farrell picks up 2.
Yeah, I think Windwards for both of these batsmen could actually look at having a gully or actually having the backward point a little finer and maybe not as deep. Looks like some catches might be coming in that area.
Very good observation there, Richard. And especially the base is not solid enough. So, as you rightly said, anything can happen. Joseph to Powell. Powell is driving up to mid-off. Can't find the gap. That tends to play on your mind, really. You're not being able to... But he's had good head positioning in that shot there. Didn't look bad at all.
Yeah, that was straighter, so he didn't have the footwork. Wasn't as important. So he got over it nicely.
Here goes Joseph. Not Alzari Joseph, but the Joseph comes quietly forward. Can't score. From the island of the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Yep, his mum and dad are in the crowd. His dad was just in Grenada watching his older son play in the under-19 competition for the Windward Islands. For Dominica.
Pitched up, good delivery there. I was searching in there, opened up. Really was beginning to open up Powell. He was looking for an expansive drive, but it came down nice and straight with the top hand. 33 for 3. All the threes. You could maybe match that to Christopher Henry Gale, his highest test score. It's amazing that sometimes people don't talk a lot about Chris. 2 triple centuries in Test cricket. He's bowled him!
It's a good ball.
Through the gate. No base, no defense. He was neither forward nor back. A straight ball. And Powell goes. Bowl for 4. Joseph strikes.
Yeah, you rightly said no footwork there at all. He caught on the crease. Let the ball do a little something and throw a gate.
So the Leeward Islands are in further trouble. 33 for 4. 33 for 4. At the end of 9, the umpires are taking a break. Pretty interesting. So we will also take a break, Richard, so we can get some water. 33 for 4 at the end. No, it's still maybe in the 9th over. Still in the 9th over. So we'll take a break, Richard, and we'll come back shortly. So at the end of 9 overs, the Leeward Islands are 33 for 4. 33 for 4. Got back in the pavilion. Seems like a long time ago. Powell, Woods, Athenes, and Williams. all back in the pavilion. So, have a new bowler? Or is still dialing?
Still dialing.
Still dialing, continuing.
Yep.
Young Farrell in strike. Leeward's in a spot of bother here. Home team. 33 for 4. Farrell. He's driving square. Will he have the legs to get a boundary? It does. Hits the rope. That's a lovely shot by young Caris Farrell. The second boundary of the morning, Richard.
Yep, shows some very positive intent there. So the ball up, got out to it and hit it.
Prentice has just come to the crease. The Maori Prentice. He's not yet faced any deliveries to date. Prentice from Nevis, so two young division batsmen at the crease. Down the onside, wide there. So Dylan John just guilty of trying something new. He's got to go back to what worked for him so far, John.
Yeah, he's lost his line a bit. He's been a bit wide, and I think he tried to overcorrect just now and pushed it down the leg side. Ball has stopped doing as much as it was early on, which is par for the course, I guess, with the white ball.
Farrell 6 waits for John. He comes quietly forward. Didn't get right out there, but the bat was in front of the pad. A lot of chatter taking place out in the middle. John into no ball there. He's looked back surprisingly to the umpire as if like, why are you calling me, umpire?
Yeah, I think he has to get his concentration back. Hasn't bowled well since the restart.
This automatically would be his 5th over anyhow. Yes, Powell looking for something there. The fielder just not alert enough. And Prentice and Farrell not communicating there at all. In the end, got a leg by, right?
Yes.
Leg by signal. So Farrell remains on 6. Got to control the emotions. Had a look at Prentice. Looks a very little accomplished player. He's got some time. And Dylan John maybe just losing the plot there. Just decided to abort his run. In the process.
Yeah, the break hasn't been good for him. He doesn't seem to have had the same rhythm he did prior to the water break. Just better.
So over number 10 comes to an end, and at the end of 10, the Leeward Islands 40 for 4. End of the power play. The first power play, as we would say. So I think within the scope this morning, Richard, we've maybe just had 2 boundaries within the process. So we'll have to say good control bowling. 3 bowlers used by the Windward Islands under 15 this morning. Captain Joseph, including himself, Charles and Dylan John.
Yeah, we probably had a few too many wides, bowlers pushing the ball down the leg side, but except for that, it's not been bad.
Full toss. Wide on the crease there, and just for a moment there, the young man, the skipper,
Joseph
there, just trying something new. Farrell looking to run that down. He'd be advised to maybe just leave that, let the bowler come to you. Just moving across the crease and trying to get Fancy to turn into the onside, but kept it out. Here is Farrell just steering this down to the 3rd man boundary. It was wide, and I think he just did the correct thing. Just opened the face more or less.
Yeah, I still think the Windwards are missing the trick, not having somebody in that kind of area.
Turned Prentice into the short middle good area. Armstrong comes around, can't stop the single.
No, that's not Armstrong. That's
Sorry,
Jamie Wickham from Grenada.
So Prentice is off the mark. Looks like Farrell is on 7, according to my scoreboard. He comes back into strike. Full toss again. Joseph trying to lure him into to a big drive. And because he's not a tall guy, that's not a bad line there from Joseph.
A little wide, but yeah, good tees in length. Once he got the ball going away, shouldn't be shy to get it up there. Encourage you drive. Still want to see that gully.
Gone to the keeper. Gone for buys. Get a couple. Keeper maybe just needs to step up there. That died in front of him. Buy signal.
Yeah, I was just thinking that both the keeper and the slip looked a little deep.
So the end of over number 11. The score goes up to 43. I think it will be about 43. 43 for 4 at the end of over number 11.
Change of ball in. I think this is Tittle from St. Vincent, medium pacer.
Another medium pacer, Delroy Tittle.
Yeah.
Wearing the number 77.
Watched him yesterday in the nets, and he presents a very good seam. Seam was bolt upright most of the times coming down. Struggling with consistency, but skills are there.
So John Hooder bowled his 5 overs. We now have a change of bowler from the CIE road end. Number 18, Jordan Charles, is now pulled out from the slip area. If I listen to you, Richard, maybe you could have kept the slip.
Yeah, I think the 43 for 4, Barbados needs to keep trying to take wickets.
The Windward Islands, they certainly
Sorry, not Barbados.
looking to
Windward
get that.
Islands.
Tittle into bow to the young man Farrell. I think for Farrell you would need the slip because he tends to guide the ball. He plays the ball into that area. So you maybe just want to be attacking, but the captain Joseph has decided, listen, let me just pull the slip out and force maybe Farrell to play another shot. He's driving up the mid-off. Can't score on the march there. His young carries Farrell. So we've got a packed offside field more or less.
Yeah, I would bring that. Yeah, Jordan's now coming into more of a catching position, so you want to keep some attacking fielders. You want to give yourself a chance to continue to take wickets.
Turned into the onside and get an easy single. So Farrell, good rotation of the strike there from Farrell. Score goes up to 44. Into over number 12. Prentice, very relaxed in his stance. Stands up straight and just plays it up to Charles. Beginning to work that into the onside. Didn't get a single there.
Ball in a nice length.
And automatically, as you said, hitting the deck.
Yep.
Deroy to Prentice.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Beautiful delivery. Caught on the crease there. He was not sure. Over comes to an end. So the end of over number 12, and at the end of it, the Leeward Islands have been inserted by the Windward Islands under 15. They're 44 for 4 at the end of 12.
Yeah, Tittle has a nice easy action. He's not a big fella, he's kind of short. When he puts on some slides and he continues to present that seam, he's going to be a useful little bowler.
Just want to say good morning to one of my cricket sons in Montserrat, Stevel Rodney, his mom, so Wandy White, Dino Baker, those guys who are following the cricket. Farrell is defending straight delivery. We're still continuing here with Joseph.
Yep. Guess once he's still getting the ball to go away, he should bowl a free lengthy spell and try and take another wicket or two.
Here goes Joseph. He's got 2 wickets already under his belt. Charges in with the number 20, full toss. And Farrell hits it up the mid-off and gets a single. Good running, good positive. The ball's gone over the keeper header. He's already short already. Defends nicely again.
Still think the keeper is too far back.
Yeah, because the ball is certainly dying on this surface here.
Mm-hmm.
Short, stands up straight. Prentice and just spanks that.
Gully, gully, gully.
Gets his second run, Prentice. Score goes up to 46. For the 6 for 4. Here goes Joseph into Farrell. Farrell is just more or less blocking. And walks away and hits the bat into his pad.
Yeah, he's showing some signs of being impatient. I don't think he should be feeling any kind of pressure there to score at all. Team in a bit of trouble. Only 12 overs gone. Still got a long way to go. He should just be seeing this off, getting his eye in. But he seems to be getting irritated that he's not scoring.
Farrell waits for Joseph, pitch jump.
That's a good ball.
And beat him all ends up. And rushed the keeper there for a while. Wonder if he's okay, 'cause that looked like it surprised him more or less. That was a fuller length delivery.
Yeah, I think the keeper thought that was going to go onto the off stump. Wasn't in a position to catch it at all. Good ball again. Perfect length. Seaming back in a bit. Just missed the top of that half stump. It's a lovely shot. Ball was up there for it. Got his front foot out and drove it between the extra cover and the mid off. Well played. That should give him a confidence boost. Still searching a bit there, not hitting the deck.
Lovely shot there. Richard by Prentice. Lovely through the offside for 4. Automatically onto my scoreboard. Should be 50 up. Official score has just notified me. Keeper again. One dying on him. Think he needs to get a step up. Saw him in practice. He was having a torrid time.
Yeah, he has some issues with his footwork. He doesn't get the sideways movement going. Very young. I think he's only 12 years old. I'm not even sure if he's 13 yet. So
Yeah.
very young.
Yeah, good experience. Good experience for him. It'll be a torrid time for him, but he'll be okay.
Yep.
Just needs to get his left foot outside the line of the off stump as well too. Okay, did move nicely there. So good little footwork there from him.
Yeah, that was better. Coaches were working with him yesterday afternoon on that problem, and he was understanding what needs to be done. It's just to concentrate and get it done in match conditions.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a growth process. You don't be too hard on them. Here's Farrell being squared up there by the delivery there from Tittle. I like his movement. There are just certain things that you look about him. He's got soft hands when the ball comes back to him. That's, as a coach, you're excited when you see that.
Yeah, he's got good hands. Footwork is what he has to concentrate on now. Some people think that keeping is just hands, but you got to get yourself in the right position.
And one of the things I find too these days, Richard, I don't know if you picked it up, the keepers don't go down long enough. You see they have a new model now. Staying up.
Yeah, not sure what the argument is there. I guess it's some people will call it lazy, I guess, but it definitely seems to be becoming a trend. Yeah, change of bowler. Looks like Jordan Charles, Vincentian leg spinner. Not too sure why he would need a long on and a long off to start. He would personally have at least one of them up in the circle and encourage the batsman to have a go. A ball. Yeah, that's a good move. He's now bringing the long on into the circle.
I just think that fielder is wasted.
Yeah, I was just saying that I would not have started with both out. In fact, I probably would have. Right, I think.
Yeah, you gotta bring them in. This is mid on. You bring up the mid on, the long off. Mid on, mid off. You just come on. This is your first over.
Yeah, they've got some spinners that like to start a little defensive, and then as they get into their spell, attack some more. But in this context of the game, 51 for 4.
It should be 52. He's going across the line there. Again, getting ambitious. Just look to hit the ball down the ground.
Yeah, well, fielder came into the circle. Batsman saw that, tried to go over his head, played a terrible shot. No ball, good over.
So 1 run coming out of the, will be the 15th over, right? Yeah, 52 for 4. Try to get a message over to the folks at the manual scoreboard. Trying to make some calls, but no one seemed too much interested in answering their phone. So according to the official scores, it will be 52 for 4 at the end of 15. Still Tito?
Yep.
So he'll move into bowl to Prentice. 3 boundaries hit so far in this innings of the Leeward Islands under 15. Prentice has looked a very accomplished young batsman. the Roy Tittle. Just started and wasn't quite sure. Beautiful delivery. Prentice trying to play an extravagant cover drive. Missed everything. Missed the shot, missed the ball. Come through for a single. Little suicide there. Richard, what you thought?
No, I thought it was safe. The non-striker would be the one in danger, and he was confident he could get through.
Good observation, Richard. I think also the keeper didn't get off his gloves in time as well.
Yeah, the only chance of the dismissal would have been at the non-striker's end, and the keeper did not make that determination early enough.
.53 for 4. Turned it. Looking for a single layer Farrell, but Prentice is not interested. That would have been suicide now.
Yeah, that was a good call. More on there. Rolling across, he pitches too quickly to the fielder.
Steered down to third man. Picks up a single. P4 caught behind. Umpire says not out. So at the end of 16, according to my scorecard, and maybe the official scorecard is showing 52. Should be 53 for 4. Let me just go back and have a conversation again with the scorers.
Johnson Charles is very experienced at this level. I believe this may be his 4th tournament. My ball given out LBW. I'd like to see the slow motion replay there. I think the batsman might have thought he was a bit unlucky with the ball pitching with side leg, but it looked pretty straight to me. Yeah.
So Farrell goes leg B4 for 10. Looked pretty high to me, indeed, as well.
Yeah, the replay there, it looked a bit high, but he was well back, so I think it gave the umpire a good enough reason to give him out, touch and go.
So the number 18, Jordan Charles, picking up a wicket here. Farrell 10 from 34. And then we're Prentice 7 from 18. Chatham Patel. Not Chatham Patel. Drayton Edwards, the brother of Nathan Edwards. He comes out.
Shot. See, immediately Windwards have dropped the sweeper back. They obviously know something about this player. Is he the youngster that made he runs any practice match?
Yeah, in the last game.
Batted extremely well. Why is he batting so deep?
Well, I guess the coach maybe would have his own tactic. It's a 50 over game. They would have lost some wickets as well.
Played extremely well in the second practice game.
Yeah, he did hit the ball a long way.
He's
out caught that slip.
Very good catch.
Prentice goes. And Charles strikes. The Leewards are in further trouble.
Caught by Jamie Wickham. Good low catch to his right. Came to him very quickly.
So, Leewards are tottering here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And they certainly need a partnership, and a partnership very quickly. And they're losing wickets in clusters. Dylan John picked up 2, Joseph 2, and now Charles has come to the party. He's also picked up 2. Garandra Daniel. And the Daniel's coming out.
This looks like the other batsman in the practice game.
True and Daniel.
Yeah, the two of these, from what I remember in the practice match, batted extremely well together.
Very positive shot there from Daniel, but lazy running. I thought they could have got 2 runs there. Richard?
Yeah, they should have looked for it. Even if they decided not to go for it, they should at least have offered it to one another.
Daniel is straight away off the mark. And Daniel. He's one. Lovely on drive there. Brings Patel. Not Patel. Keep saying Patel. Edwards back into the strike. Lazy movement there. It's almost like he's dancing and really not getting the left foot out to the pitch of the ball. Over number 17 completed. And score looks like it is 58. 58 for 6. Well, the scoreboard is saying 56. The score really should be 57. I think they're still behind with a run. But the scoreboard is saying 56. They've not been able to catch up with that as yet.
First left-hander in the Leeward's innings. It'd be interesting to see if Tittle manages to be able to adjust his line. He was bowled very well to the right-hander so far. Another challenge for youngsters at this age.
No slip. Joseph Charles just trying to get the angles worked out. Tittle into.
That's a good ball. He's
beautiful delivery.
He has adjusted his length beautifully.
Well played in the end by Daniel. Driving straight back up. And Daniel looks a very accomplished player, and as you rightly said, Richard, during the practice games against the Windward Islands, very busy player, sort of all-rounders who will come in and take the game away from you. Very powerful striker of the ball, wide ball, just as you were talking, Richard. Mm-hmm. You have left and right combination.
Yep. Yeah, the two of these played extremely well. Kind of wondering why the Leewards don't have one of these a little higher up the order to help take over the scoreboard, because they seem to be free flowing and easy pressure on some of the other batsmen that find it a little more difficult.
Another wide delivery again.
Yeah, beginning to struggle with his line here a bit now, left-hander, probably causing that.
And one of the things that I picked up, Richard, is the patience of the youngsters. If adults are having patience when they're don't have the patience when they're batting, you could just imagine even these youngsters, because they want to score, not understanding that you got to spend some time at the crease. Well played by Daniel. There's a lot of overs still to go in the context. Got 33 overs.
Yeah, when I talk to up-and-coming batsmen, including my son, I remind them all the time that you're not going to score runs sitting in the pavilion. You have to be in the middle to score runs.
So he decided now to move from round to over the wicket to the left-hander. Daniel just looking around. Looks such a mature player. Daniel. He's just looking to work that into the onside. Can't score. Chatton Edwards from the island of St. Martin. Flurry of young cricketers coming out there. You have Michael Palmer and Nathan Edwards also part of the academy. Like I said, he's the brother of Nathan Edwards. Down the onside. Another wide. That was pretty tough on the keeper, but they came through also for another run. So the score goes up to 60 for 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he went around the wicket. I guess one at the left-hander, but it's not that easy. Back over to the right-hander now. I think he should stay there to the left-hander as well.
Edwards just remarking his guard. He is a powerful player. If he gets going here, just whips that one away down the onside. It's a single. Umpire's pretty busy, going from left to right. Squellick to Squellick. Tittle round the wicket to the left-hander. Good offer. Wide signal by the umpire.
Whoa.
Oh, was a little pretty harsh there for me. I thought that was within the line. I guess it's the umpire's discretion. And he will maybe say to me, "Your armchair critic in a chair." Don't know if the scores picked up that there was a wide there. Lucky to get away with that one, Richard.
Probably because it was fuller, but it was inside the line. Umpires seem to be very strict on their guidance of the line. I'm not altogether agreeing that the line is the be-all and end-all of calling these wides. I think length has a lot to do with it as well. Length, the batsman's position at the stumps, all these kind of things should help guide the umpire as to if a ball is wide or not. The lines are just a help to them. It's not really decision maker as far as I'm concerned.
So according to our scoreboard here, the end of 18 scores 62 for 2. Scores Hangling our scorecards seem to be not flowing with us here at all. Because of that, we've had to do our own scoring. Beautiful delivery there from the big man, Jordan Charles. He's a big, tall guy.
Yeah, I was saying earlier when you were off mic that I think this is his 4th tournament at this level. So very experienced. Captain the event extension team in the Windward Islands tournament in December.
Played in the Vinci T10 as well too, right? Did he? Boundary. Yeah. Good powerful drive there from Edwards. And a much needed boundary for the Leeward Islands. Lewis maybe not picking that one up there. Tumbling save there. Score in the meantime goes up to 66. Edwards on the march here. I think we sometimes, Richard, have to remind folks that these are not the finished article.
No.
You know, some of these players, this is the first time that they've been playing in a tournament, leaving their country to come in a Cricket West Indies tournament. The atmosphere, everything, the environment, completely different. The standard of their school cricket, it depends on where they would have come from, the organizational level, who is teaching them the game. That's a bit harsh.
Yeah, I don't think that should be called a wide. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you gotta use your discretion as to who is bowling.
Yeah, there's a big, tall batsman batting well across the stumps. Got to give the batsman some bowler some leeway. And that's something that's an issue that I have. Something I've seen in the tournament. You know, the umpires just come out with their hands waving. You know, you got to look and see what the bowler is doing. Yeah, I understand in the white ball cricket the ball's down the leg side. You know, that doesn't give the batsman a lot of chance to score when the ball is fired just outside the pads. But some of these wides that are being called outside the off stump, I don't think it's too tough on the bowlers.
It's under 15 cricket. Yeah, it's a going process.
I guess if it's the same when the Leewards are bowling, then I guess it's all right.
19 overs bowl, 67 for 6.
Left arm spinner coming on at the end that Tittle was bowling at.
Number 29.
Yeah, St. Lucian skipper, I believe.
Janelle
Williams.
As Richard just informed me, Williams from the island of St. Vincent.
St. Lucia.
St. Lucia.
Yeah, he's St. Lucian captain. He actually bowled left arm spin, had the gloves for most of the innings, and also batted in the top order, so held a lot of responsibilities for the St. Lucian side.
Yes, maybe slippers coming for Edwards. Edwards just stopping this more or less. .68 for 6. So that's the mannerism of a carry pair. So 4 boundaries have been hit so far in the Leeward Islands under 15 innings. We're into over number 20, 68 for 6. Windward Islands large and in control here. He was looking to fight back. Punch here by Edwards through the offside. Will it have the legs to get 4? Big save there. No, it doesn't in the end. But that was a gallant effort there. Short ball and a lovely shot by the young man Jaden Edwards.
Yeah, that was an extremely good shot. He picked the length well, got back, used the crease, didn't overhit it, found the gap, top shot.
And just to give you an update in terms of the scores around here in Antigua and Barbuda, we have Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana. That match is being played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Trinidad and Tobago are 81 without loss of 22.5 overs. And over at Liberta, Jamaica under 15, they are 72 for 9. 4 wides.
Yep.
Tough on the keeper there. And in 21.5 overs there, Jamaica. Top score so far has been Price, the wicketkeeper, with 22. Ward 13. Plummer 12 for Barbados. Asher Branford 4 for 20. Joshua Thompson 2 for 10. And Jaida Hines 3 for 15. So
Pace bowlers. Barbados side is a strong side.
here is Edwards again trying to force that through the offside. Can't beat the short extra cover. At the end of 20. The Leeward Islands, after being inserted, they're 77 for 6. Police officers here just on duty, looking at the under 15. Avoy Knight, one of the young coming umpires from Antigua and Barbuda and the Leeward Islands. He's one of the reserves. Donald Shekels, Bernard Joseph, Stu Geese. Antigua have a string of young umpires coming through very quickly. Soon we'll get the opportunity to go up the ladder from under 15 to under 19 to under 17. Then into the big arena, full toss. And just for a moment there, Daniel thought he missed out there. Didn't get the stride out.
Didn't use his feet, could have chipped out and got it on the half volley and punched it down the ground.
Jordan Jazz, big tall lad, almost as tall as the umpire. Short. And Daniel just trying to go leg side of the ball. Not being able to find the gap. Score remains on 77 for 6 when start of over number 21.
Yeah, weakness in West Indies cricket recently is the ability to punch the balls, get balls down the ground off the spinners and rotate the strike. Seen it just now with the first 2 balls of this over.
Nice flighted delivery.
Yeah.
Beautifully. Just above his eye line.
Just a little bit more foot movement and get that down to long on for a single.
Interesting to see how Daniel handles the pressure. But he's a good player. Didn't get out to the pitch there. Yeah, just need to stay low to the ball. He's in a standing up position. Just needs to make contact heel to toe and just stroke that ball out. He's more or less coming on his toe, really, rather than going from heel to toe. Getting a low base and hitting that ball down the ground.
Yeah, he's letting it drop on him. A little more foot movement.
I think he might have got something onto that, Richard.
Looks so, yes.
On the edge.
Yep.
Again, he was looking for power there. Missed out. But welcome boundary for the Leeward Islands. Score at the end of 2021. Second water break. 85 for 6. Thank you very much, Richard, as we also take a break here as well. Over to So welcome back after 21 overs. The Leeward Islands are 81 for 6 after being inserted by the Windward Islands under 15. Trent Daniel is on 8 and Jayton Edwards is on 9 from 14 deliveries apiece. Caleb Charles 2 for 22 from his 6 overs. And straight away, the young man starts on the left arm spinner. I'm so pleased to have Richard Armstrong joining me again, giving me some good support here. Thank you very much, Richard.
You're welcome. Enjoying it so far.
For coming through. So at the break, Richard, Leeward Islands 81 for 6. Williams, the left arm spinner, starting from the CIA road end, goes past the umpire. Edwards goes back and punches that out to the offside and gets a single. Something that I was even trying to encourage our Leeward guys, Richard, to get their angles sorted out. They sometimes drift on the field, really. Here's
Full toss.
full toss here, smack down to long on. Get a little bit more urgency in the running, eh? That's a big boundary down there. Young man has got a powerful arm and fired that back to Williams.
Yeah, the North striker has to get to the far end and turn and look to see if the fielder misfields, and then he can always get back for the second.
Here is Edwards. He's quick to get back onto the back foot. Flatter, faster delivery here from Williams, firing it in. It's got, like I said, the mannerism of a carry pair. Down the onside, got bat onto that and it's gone for 4. Badly line delivery. And Edwards making contact. That was quick and fast, and Edwards just, all he needed to do was just make contact, and he did. End of over number 22. The score in the meantime goes up to 87 for 2. The partnership is now 33 between Edwards and Treon Daniel.
Yeah, I think the Windward's team trying a bit too hard to change things up instead of just plugging away. They still got to remember that they're on top in this game, and they don't need to try too much. Just keep it tight. Make the batsmen take the game to them. Just now, Williams was trying too much, trying to take a wicket almost every ball.
Here is Daniel just playing this first delivery from Charles up to the short mid-wicket fielder. I think he needs to give himself some room. He's on the practice areas. Balls tend to speed away there. Here is Daniel just pulling this one down to long on for an easy single.
Well, that was better. He used the space available to him at long off to rotate the strike, something that we don't see enough in cricket in the West Indies anymore.
Daniel goes up to 10, so both batsmen are on 10, and the score goes up to 88 for 6. Caleb Charles, flighted delivery here is Edwards, just on-driving down the ground.
Well played again.
Yeah, good feeling also by Dial and John. So, good rotation of the strike here. Edwards goes to 15. Daniel, he comes into strike. He's on 10. Score in the meantime, latest score here, 89 for 6. Flighted. Daniel sweeping. It's gone for a wide. Down the onside. Keeper had a torrid time. It's gone for 4. So 5 out of the over. And just as Richard has been saying, the Windward Island bowlers just experimenting too much now. Just got to bowl the ball between wicket and wicket. No need to try anything different. He's got to be very careful there. Try to put his boot there. He could have injured himself, Richard.
Yeah, I think the Windwards putting a little too much pressure on themselves here. They're aware of this partnership from the practice match a couple of days ago, and instead of just trying to tie them down and make them do the run in, they're forcing the issue and got a bit ragged.
Lovely defensive shot there from Daniel. Good head positioning. Nice soft hands. He's bowled him. That's not Daniel. He played around the delivery there. He's upset with himself. And no need for that. And again, Richard, right after the water break, a loss of another wicket to the Leeward Islands. The 7th goes down, 84 for 7. Daniel bowled.
Yeah, he trying to be a bit too fancy with that shot and went across the line. Just punch it down the ground. Run one. Punch it down the ground. Went across it. Played around it and got ball.
So out comes one Daniel. In comes another Daniel. Two brothers. And Andre Daniel. I think he's going to be a future captain, Richard. He's got the mannerism. He's got that sort of potential. Number 7 is also a wrist spinner. And Daniel is upset with himself there. Really sure Coach Jace Taylor and Johnny Frederick, the manager, they were looking for these two to bat as deep as possible and maybe even for another 10 overs. But it's not to be.
Yeah, long time to bat. These fellas have to understand that 50 overs is a long game, a long time to bat. You don't have to do anything fancy. Get down into the 10th over, into the last 10 with the 4 wickets in hand, and then look to accelerate, but just trying to do a bit too much there.
So out comes Andre Daniel. I just like him. Richard. He keeps it simple. Very, 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 very organized.
Well, that's what they need now. They just need someone to stay, form another partnership.
Over comes to an end. 23 bowled in the Leeward Islands and 94 for 7. Jason Edwards so far top scored with 15. The flag of Antigua and Barbuda, host country, flying there, along with Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, that dismissal has lifted the heads of the Windwards again. They were beginning, as I was saying, to get a bit ragged and try too many things because the partnership was forming. Partnership needed to go deep.
Caleb Charles 3 for 29 from his 7. Lee was going to still a brisk rate, Richard. Over 4.
Yeah, there was no need for anything other than just play every ball on its merit. Almost play it as if we were playing a red ball game. If those two had gotten the Leewards down to the last time we saw for any practice match, both of them were capable of hitting boundaries.
Edwards starts all over again. Luck relies on this partnership here. Still got a young pitman to come. Maybe not be thinking that way. These two just need to build. Here's Edwards going for a big drive there. No need for that.
No, definitely not the cricket they should be playing at the moment.
Just spend some time. Every now and again. Get ambitious. And sometimes I just feel they get bored. Got to look at the context of the game. Look at the scoreboard. It's 94 for 7. You just lost your partner in the over before. So, you know, the senior pro in this team, Daniel can bat. Spend some time at the crease. Driving down the ground.
That's it.
Bowler has to do a lot better. It's something which I find is also a weakness as well to Richard. A lot of the bowlers don't like to feel to their own bowling.
Well, then they can't quarrel with anybody else not feeling to their bowling. Yeah, the batsmen need to look at the scoreboard and realise there are more overs to bat than they have faced already. It's a long game.
Williams to Daniel, who's a naught. Daniel comes quietly forward. He's going to bat. I can tell you that. He's really not going to give his hand away. Andre Daniel could see him becoming a potential politician or leader someday. Backing across and just punches it up to the offside. He's one of the students of the game around this Leeward Islands under 15 setup. Nice use of the feet. Just played it into the offside. Just found the gap. He's off the mark. Over number 24 comes to an end. The score goes to 96 for 7.
So they should play risk-free cricket now for at least another 8, 9, 10 overs. Just look to rotate strike, pick up 3, 4 runs an over by taking the ball down the ground. You will get the occasional bad ball, but with 7 wickets out, you need to get into that last 10 with wickets in hand so that you can then get a little more aggressive.
Yeah. We know the Islands with 3 players from last season's tournament: Joseph, Charles, and Dylan John. Leeward Islands with 7, including Randre Daniel, Jayton Edwards, Damari Prentice, Aidan Williams, Caris Farrell, Randre Daniel, Jacko Nathanez.
That's it.
Single being sneaked into the offside.
Very well played. That's all you need to do.
Caleb Charles has decided to push his mid-on and mid-off back to the long-on area. All Edwards has to do is just look to just knock the ball down the ground. They've just given him a single. I certainly would not have gone so far so early. Edwards is going down the ground. Gets a single. Looked like he wanted to get out his levers there, Richard.
I'm sure he's trying to play a shot like that at this stage. That's a lot of risk involved in that. It may be just as well he didn't get it good.
Good flatter, faster delivery there from Caleb Charles. It's got a slip in, so they may be thinking about trying to put some pressure on Randre Daniel, bringing almost all of the fielders into the circle. Daniel lucky to get away with that one there. He's playing across the line there, trying to get fancy. Got to look to hit the ball straight.
Yeah, playing against his spin.
25 overs bowled. We're halfway there. 25 overs bowled here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Leeward Islands, they're 98 for 7.
Long way to go. A lot of batting to be done.
So Jamaica have been dismissed, Richard, for 77 in 24.5 overs. And that's against Barbados, the mighty power of Barbados.
Yeah, that Barbados side is going to take some beating. They're defending champions, and they have a lot of his side from last year coming back. I think the 4 of the top 6 batsmen are multiple repeat players.
Here's Williams. Delivery whipped into the onside. The mid-wicket fielder comes around.
Got a nice balance in the bowling side. Got some useful pacers and a good off spinner, good leg spinner. Good side.
All of the games are being streamed on the West Indies YouTube, Facebook channels. Originally, only one round of matches used to be streamed. Good delivery there. I had some turn and bounce there. Well played in the end by Randre Daniel. Another good delivery. Good take by the wicketkeeper, Richard.
Yep, glove work is good once he gets those feet moving.
Played in the end there.
It's a good over.
26 bowled, 99 for 7. So bowling figures for Team Barbados. Joshua Jahidi Hines, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 16 runs, 3 wickets. Zarel Harding, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, no wickets. Joshua Thompson, 7.5 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 3 wickets. And Asher Branford, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 4 wickets. Jamaica all out for 77. There were 13 extras, 5 byes, 2 leg byes, 2 wides, 4 no balls.
Should be looking to run another run there again.
Yeah, certainly.
Very big boundary there. Difficult to get run out.
Yeah, that's what we think, right?
Some of these lads got some good arms, but hard to run you out from down there. Jordan Charles is not a big spinner of the ball, but he's very accurate, and he, as I say, he's a smart ball and very experienced at this level.
But at this level, that's what you want to be. That's what you want the young bowlers to try to do, is to be able to. This is what you told me. His 4th year?
I believe so. Yes, I think this is his 4th year.
Job done. 9th over, 3 for 34 from his 9. So he's showing his skills as well.
And that was well played by the 2 batsmen. They didn't take any risks. They got pushed the balls through the covers. They should have got 3. They got 2, but no need to take risks against one of the better bowlers in the Windward side at this stage of the game.
So with 23 overs to go, the Leeward Islands are 102 for 7. And like I said to you, Jamaica under 15 against Barbados under 15 at the innings break. Jamaica bowled out for 77 in 24.5 overs. Trinidad and Tobago are large and in control, 97 for 1. I'll give you some updated scores there. Jordan Julian, 55 from 101 balls, 3 fours, 1 6. And Caden Pollard, the captain, he was bowled by Henry without scoring. Zian Phillip not out north. So something is off there. Gotta check that. 97 for 1. Can't be that it's Pollard that got out. Somebody maybe would have had to maybe retire.
Hurt, yeah.
For Pollard to maybe have come in. Well, hope the scores will get that sorted out. Now we're back with the cricket action here. Andre Daniel, every now and again, just trying to go across the line of the ball there. But he rehearses there, the non-strikers end, to say, listen, I've got to play the ball straight. Yeah, I know the captain of Trinidad and Tobago team. I know Jason just nudged me. Yes, I was following his progress. The son of Kyron Pollard. Down the onside, he missed out there, Richard. Full toss.
Yeah, just needed
to get back.
Yeah, probably tried to hit a bit too hard.
And too square too.
Yeah.
You're trying to look to get pretty. I just need to just write it right onto your bat. Just tap it. 103 in the meantime. He's back and looking to crack that. But they can look to build a partnership now. If these two bat for another 5 overs, another 10 overs, as you rightly said, Richard. If Edwards is there in the last 10, anything is possible. He's bowled him!
Going across the ball again.
Just got to look to play the ball straight down the wicket, and Randre Daniel, lazy in his foot movement there, trying to get fancy. Just look to hit the ball down the ground and get an easy single. Played across the delivery. And how many batsmen now have been bowled for the Leeward Islands for the day? Quite a bit.
Yeah, something there he has to work on for sure. He's got to learn that you can get that ball down to mid-on, mid-off, long on, long off, pick up the ones. Instead of that, he's trying to get the ball in between the mid-wicket field and mid-on. Risky shot. I mean, if you're batting, if you're being there for 10, 20 overs, you could probably start to look at doing that. But at the moment, just punch the ball down the ground. Eliminate risk. Windward has had a good little spell. They've managed to keep it tight, and in so doing pick up some wickets. Somebody needs to stand up and bat now.
For the Leeward's batsmen, Richard, have been bowled for the day. Started first with Aidan Williams, Randre, Trion. So Williams picked up his first wicket. 1 for 21, score at the end of over number 28. 104 for 8.
Yeah, Williams into a good spell now. He started a bit ragged, but he's found his groove. And he's making the batsmen play, making them defend the stumps, and when they don't, he's hitting them. Again, the batsman not looking there to maximise and get a second run, especially with the role that he has now as being the end batsman. He should have been looking to get back to the strikers end there and put some pressure on the fielder.
So we got young Pittman, who's just come to the crease. William Pittman gets 2 leg byes in the process. He's the brother also of Kelvin Pittman, a young fast bowler playing in the West Indies Academy. Straight away he's off the mark. He just works this ball behind square for an easy single. So they need another partnership, Richard. They'll have to start all over again.
Yeah, so far he looks very organised. once he decides that he's going to stick around and bat with the in batsman, he seems to have the ability to do that from what I've seen so far.
Edwards.
There you go.
Easy. Getting an easy single.
That's the way to do it.
Folks in St. Martin will be looking at this cricket. You also have the Leeward Islands under 17 or under 19 tournament started in St. Kitts. Good delivery there to finish from Caleb Charles. His 9 has cost 34. He's got 3 wickets to go with it.
Jordan Charles.
Sorry, Jordan Charles. If I'm not mistaken, Pittman is supposed to be off the mark, right, Richard?
Yes, he
Yes,
turn the ball behind square.
Yeah. They have him on naught still. I think the manual scoreboard has him on 1, so he really should be on. He should be off the mark, unless they gave the run to Edwards. Let me see if I can get the main scoreboard people to maybe correct that.
Again, playing across the line of the ball a bit too much. Big gap between the mid-wicket field and the long on. Just play it with a nice straight bat. Ball. Not good batting.
So another batsman goes, bowled again, making it the 5th batsman that have been bowled by the Leeward Islands. Edwards goes, and the Leewards are in trouble of being bowled out here. Richard.
Yeah, again, just stretch that front foot down the pitch, drive the ball down to long on, no risk. Instead of that, went right across it, trying to hit the ball too hard and too square. Windward's doing well, bowling at the stumps. Leeward's in trouble now of leaving 20 overs unused. What are the figures of Williams at the moment?
We'll get back to that. I think he should be 2. Basically, another wicket goes.
That's it.
So the Leeward Islands bowled out quite easily.
Yeah, 20 overs unused. It's something that these youngsters have to learn, that there's a lot more time in these games than they think. Eliminate risk, bat the 50 overs, bat deep.
So, according to our scoreboard, the Leeward Islands should be bowled out for 109, Richard?
That's what I'm seeing on the scoreboard, yeah. 109, 20th over, I believe, bowling, 30th over bowling.
30th over.
Yeah. Yeah, Williams has bowled a good spell. Very good spell.
I think he might have finished with 3. Yeah, the manual, our scoreboard is trying to give us a hard time here. We've not been able to get that through the process. It's taking a long time to go through. So, Leeward Islands, after being inserted by Joseph, the Windward Islands captain, It's now, as we would consider it to be, it's 11:48 here in Antigua and Barbuda. They have been bowled out for 109. 109? In 29.4 overs with some 7 boundaries and a very sorry scorecard. Rich, just before you run off, Rich.
Yeah, good bowling by the Windwards. I can't take that away from them. There was they started a little shaky with some wides and thing, not being able to control the new ball as well as I would like. But the spinners have definitely bowled well, bowled wicket to wicket, tied the Leeward's batsmen down, got into their heads by tying them down, and the Leeward batsmen, instead of realising that there's a lot of time in the game and there was no need to be going across the line of the ball as much as it did, gave her wicket away. I think five batsmen bowled down.
5 batsmen. 5 of the batsmen were bowled.
Yeah, and all 5, I believe, going across the line of the ball, trying to play extravagant shots instead of just nice straight bat and trying to score down the ground. Repeat it over and over again.
So the Leeward Islands bowled out for 109 in 29.4 overs. We'll take a break and we'll come back shortly. So the start of the Windward Islands innings. Pittman starts with a delivery. Start with a wide. If we could get the cameraman to just zoom in on the on the numbers. 21. Alright, so number 21 is Alex Armstrong, the son of Jordan Armstrong. So he's starting today. Pittman. The striker is Armstrong, and number 6 is the non-striker. Is that 6, Jason? We'll come back to that. Armstrong waits for Pittman. He flashes hard down to the boundary. Won't get 4. Good work there from Prentice, it looks like. So Armstrong is off the mark with 2. Right-hander. Lives in Barbados. Dominican parents. Chips it in the air. Oh, he drops it. He didn't drop that. So Armstrong dropped. Pitched up, he hit that's in the air. And a dolly catch goes down. Have to take that at this level. Looks like Mikey Silagoham dropping a sitter there. Leewards dropped their first catch. And straight away Armstrong comes circumspect back. So Pittman, young Pittman. William Pittman, the brother of Kelvin Pittman. This is his first season playing. He was in the reserve last year. He's really come on in leaps and bounds. And could have just had his first wicket. The Leewards continue to be plagued by their fielding. Good delivery there by Pittman. Score is 2-3 without loss. Pittman also bowled a wide in this over. Athens at slip. Powell the keeper. Looks to go down. Doesn't really go right down, Powell. It's wide here by Pittman. It's a bit harsh. Score in the meantime goes up to 4 without loss. Let's look at that. It's just within the area there. Here goes Pittman as he bongs away. Stay within the line. So the end of over number 1. And at the end of it, the Windward Islands are 4 without loss. A drop catch in the first over. Not a good start here at all for the Leeward Islands under 15 after being bowled out for 109 in 29.4 overs. Barbados are 29 without loss. That's in reply to Jamaica's score of 77 all out in 24.5 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 111 for 4 in 36 overs. And the Leeward Islands bowled up for 109. Windward Islands are 4 without loss. Trey and Daniel starting. Whipped away in the onside. Daniel delivery. And the ball is gone for 4. It's crossed the line now. Maybe just like to get Jason to pull up that number again, because I don't. Yeah, seem not to. I'm wondering if it's Darwin Lewis. Don't maybe remember seeing a 6 on this lineup here, but with Darwin Lewis, so it should be number 6 on our paper. They've got number 5. What you got, Jason? Number 6, you said? Ball swinging in there, but so it's 5. So Darwin Lewis whipping his first delivery away. Trey and Daniel starting from the media center in here. The Leeward Islands are going to have to be clinical in the practice games. The feeling was one of the major concerns for me as a spectator looking on. And already we saw in the first innings, it was an easy catch that was put down. This level you can't afford to drop anybody. Here goes Trey and Daniel. Bang on target. At this level here, you want to bowl as straight as possible, get the batsman to play. Pretty strange that they don't have a square leg, more or less. Don't think Daniel has got that sort of pace, so he could have, I think, has quickly pulled himself out of the slip area. Played into the square leg area. And they get an easy single there, left and right combination. It's always a bit tricky. Score in the meantime goes up to 9 without loss. Lewis goes to 5. Alex Armstrong, he comes in to strike. He's on 2. Athens has gone back to the slip, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point. Third man, fine leg, square leg. Good delivery, stayed within the line there. So 2 overs bowled, and at the end of 2, the Windward Islands are 9 without loss. Trey and Daniel's first over cost 5, including the first boundary of the Windward Islands innings. As we break away now, to see the start now of the pitman. Driven again up to mid-off. Nine without loss. Windward Islands. Left-hander Lewis in strike. Here we go again. Pittman missing his run. Delivery just played on to the onside. Edwards coming around. Pittman just doesn't look comfortable at all here. Not a heavy breeze today. Turns again. Bungs away now to bowl to Lewis. Squares him up more or less, Pittman. Ken Pittman on the money. I think the objective here of the Leeward Islands would be to try and bowl this team out. It's the only how they could be in this conversation, in this contest. They can't think about anything else happening here. Delivery. Getting an inside edge down to the fine leg. Daniel coming off of the boundary. Over number 3 comes to an end. And the score goes up to 10. 10 without loss at the end of 3 overs. It's the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 15 Championship Round 1 2025. Down the onside, Daniel starts with a wide. Just needs to get his wrists right behind the line of the ball. Just hold it up a little longer. So welcome back after that break. 15 without loss. Darwin Lewis is on 10. Alex Armstrong is on 2. Trent Daniel trying to get some success here. Early success for the Leeward Islands. That one is tailoring in at the pass, but Lewis whipped it again. Downhill for 4. All he had to do was make contact, and he did. And a boundary there to Lewis. But that ball was tailoring in at the pads. And so the score motors on to 19 without loss. Four overs bowled. Leewards. You need wickets. You need them fast, in a hurry. It's been a good positive start, especially when you're approaching a low score. You want to be able to make sure that you go about it in a clinical way. These two have done their job so far. Armstrong is driving straight down the ground. He'll only get 1 run in the end. That will give his father Richard some confidence. 20 without loss. Alex Armstrong goes to 3. Now brings Lewis back into strike. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Trinidad and Tobago falling away. 119 for 6 against Guyana. Barbados, in reply to Jamaica's 77 without loss, they're 41 without loss at Liberta. Down the onside, a wide their signal. So Pittman is going to have to be on the money. First over, he could have well had his first wicket in under 15. Simple catch. Just put down. Nothing is still attacking. Beautiful delivery there from young Pittman. William Pittman. Taken behind by the wicketkeeper Powell, who lobs it to Farrell. Farrell, the vice captain. Powell. Another delivery again by Pittman. And Lewis just defending. Not trying anything. (21) without loss. We're into over number 5. Big effort ball there from young Pittman wearing the number 13. Leeward seem flat. They need something spectacular to happen. A drop catch seemed to have just put them into a very quiet mood. But they gotta still understand they're in this contest. Runs on the board is runs on the board. Wide delivery from Pittman. Went further and further away. Round 2 coming up on Thursday. Windward Islands will be taking on Trinidad and Tobago at Liberta. Leeward Islands will be playing Barbados at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and Guyana will be taking on Jamaica at the ARG. So cricket returning back to the Antigua Recreation Ground, the famous recreation ground. Beautiful delivery again from Pittman. But you'd really want the batsman to play. He's Getting a little frustrated there, Pittman. It's got a new ball in your hand. You got to look to attack the stumps. Five matches. Very packed tournament. Inside 10 days. Leewards and Windwards had their preparation of some 2 matches between them. The Leeward's trials, they had 3 games. Pittman seems to be down. Wonder if he's got a slight injury. They're trying to get the attention of the physio. The umpire has gone down now to him, collected the ball. And Pittman seems to be down, but I see no movement from the physio or anybody here in the medical fraternity. It's an under 15. Now somebody is woken up. Wonder if maybe just got a slight pull something. So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back. So Pittman has left the field with a slight strain, and so the Leeward's bowler down. Over completed. 22 without loss. 5 overs have been bowled. And Daniel will continue his spell. He starts from the CIU road. In fact, the major center end. He's trying to get some wickets there. This time he's bowling to an Alex Armstrong. So Leeward's looking to be in the conversation. They need wickets. Driven. I think it's just too close. Again, into the boundary for 4. Has to give himself some room. Can't get that close there. He's got to give himself some room in the 30-yard circle so he can see the ball. The ball sped away in the air. Armstrong is a strong guy. Hits the ball pretty hard. And again, Athens just needs to give himself some room there at cover. The ball sped away for 4. Armstrong goes to 7 and the score goes up to 26 without loss. Here goes Daniel. Driving again. It's time to Athens. Attempted run out of Lewis on the non-strikers end. Armstrong 7, Lewis 14. Here goes Daniel. Down the onside. I think Athens also has to look to see where his third man is. Maybe just needs to come a little finer. More to his left. And maybe he can afford for Daniel to maybe even bring up the fine leg. Inside the circle. Here is a delivery by Daniel. Pulling this one down and whipped away down the onside. You only get 1 run there. Alex Armstrong, it goes up to 8. Lois is on 14. Lois stands up straight and punches that into the offside. Over comes to an end. At the end of it, the score is 27 without loss. At the end of 6. Some 27 dot balls in the process. Daniel not for 19. Wide delivery signal. Aiden Williams is the bowler. Armstrong just chipping this one into the offside for 2. Off Aiden Williams bowling. Somebody maybe needs to indicate to Powell that he has to step up. He keeps going back all the time. There's no big express pace there. You'd have batted, he would have been in the pavilion, saw the Windward Islands wicketkeeper having a torrid time. Full toss, dropped by Woods at backward point. It was a full toss in the air, he got his hand to it. The second catch goes down for the Leeward Islands. Have to take those. Armstrong going hard at the ball. Judgment there by Lewis. Opening partnership is 30 from 37. 30 without loss. Here goes Williams, round the wicket to Lewis. Squeezing this one down to the third man area. Williams just seemed not to have a rhythm there. He's struggling. His strike pattern, it's not been his fluent self. In practice he looked a lot more consistent there. But there's a little slope here at Coolidge that can give you a little challenge. Here is Armstrong driving again up the mid-off. Over comes to an end, and Aiden Williams is first over, gone for 5. Let's go up to 32 without loss to Windward Islands at the end of 7. Here goes Julian Daniel. Lewis pulling away there. Don't know what he saw or what he did not see. Train Daniel, not for 19 so far. Within that spell he's bowled some 13 dot balls. He just needs a wicket. Can just get one on the money. He'll be smiling. Trinidad and Tobago 139 for 7 in 42 overs. Clubber down the ground but can't get a run. Jordan Julian top scoring for Trinidad and Tobago so far with 54. Davis Guerrero 32, Pollard not, Zion Phillip not, Ramcharan 12, Ashton 7, Samuel Stewart not out 3, Sadapal 10, Lee Chow 5, 139 for 7 in the process. Another dot delivery on the money again here, 32 without loss. Daniel has bowled 3 dot deliveries so far, so that's good start by him. Over at Liberta, Barbados under 15, 56 without loss. Jamaica under 15, 77 bowled out in their first innings. Clipped away, but there's protection there now at the short mid-wicket area. So that game at Liberta could be done and dusted before 1 o'clock. Leeward Allen's bowled out for 109 in 29.4 overs. They've already had 2 drop catches within the process here. Could have maybe had the wicket of Armstrong very quickly. Here goes Daniel to Lewis. So 5 good deliveries here so far by Daniel. You could see him making an effort to get through there. He's into his 4th over so far. Just needs to land one on the money. He's come through in leaps and bounds, Trey and Daniel. We're in the number 6. Think he played no shot there, umpire. He's going to get a leg by. Yeah, it's got to be considered a dead ball. Yeah, sure, I was right within here. He's now explaining to the batsman. There was no shot at all. You need to go back to the. You need to go down. Yeah, almost like he was shadow batting. Over comes to an end. Maiden over to Trey and Daniel. So at the end of 8 overs, Windward Islands are 32 without loss. Not out batsmen, Derwin Lewis on 15 and Alex Armstrong on 11. Windward Islands need 78 more runs to win. Aidan Williams into Armstrong. Armstrong just has a look. See the groundsman moving into position. Is there rain lurking around? Pretty strange. They maybe know something that I don't know. Another delivery again. Here goes Williams from the CIU road end to bowl to Alex Armstrong. The high backlift. He's slapping that. Goes past. Farwell for 4. Into the boundary. Short and wide. And put away by Alex Armstrong, who's a power player. Backs himself. Sure his mom would be looking at this screen right now. His dad, Richard, is out there cheering away. So both batsmen are on 15. The score in the meantime goes up to 36 without loss. Beautiful delivery. Good comeback there from Aidan Williams. .36 without loss. Armstrong waits for Williams. He's back and punching that. Farrell comes around. Beautiful piece of fielding by him. But no run in the process. Barbados are 56 without loss in 11.4 overs so far. Jamaica dismissed for 77 in 24.5 overs. Williams into Armstrong. Wide signal by the umpire. That's a bit harsh. You want to see bowlers bowl at that line down the offside. That was a lovely outswinger. Umpire hands just went up. Here is Armstrong looking to pull that one. Can't get it past Edwards. Over comes to an end. 5 runs out of the over, including a wide. The score goes up to 37 without loss at the end of 10. In fact, the end of 9. Going ahead of myself. They've tried to build some pressure here, but they've dropped 2 catches. Could have been a different ball game. And all off Alex Armstrong. Lewis comes quietly forward. Trinidad and Tobago 143 for 8 in 43.4 overs. Clipped away into the mid-wicket area. Misfield by Prentice. Giving up a single. So Lewis goes up to 16. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the wicket taker so far for Ghana. Patrice Fraser from his 9 overs, 2 for 39. Nathaniel Ramson Sami, 2 for 15 from his 6. Brandon Henry, 2 for 16 from his 6. And Raiz Latif, 1 for 28 from his 9. So Ghana using 7 bowlers within the process. And really putting a squeeze on Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago lost their first wicket on 90. They were 97 without loss in 27.6 overs, 1 for 97. Guerra. And then the wickets just continue to fall through. 143 for 8. Ghana large and in control. Leeward's looking for success here. Nothing going their way at all here. Leeward Islands. Lovely shot here again by Armstrong, playing it to Farrell. Farrell having a shy at the non-striker's end, backed up by the captain Justin Athenes. Barbados 59 for 1. Again comes quietly forward. I think Athenes needs to get into the attack pretty quickly. Yeah, I think he needs to come and bowl a couple wicket-to-wicket deliveries. Ten overs bowled here, the end of the first power play. And at the end of the first power play, the Leeward Islands were 40 for 4. Windward Islands are 38 without loss. A much sedate start, but they're chasing a small total and they've really approached it in a very professional manner. Spin into the contest. Chetan Edwards will start from the CIE road end. Athenes, Leeward Islands need wickets. They need them in a hurry. He maybe needs to get into the attack early o'clock. So let's see. So the line that Edwards will bowl. Here's Edwards' delivery, which is just heaped out into the onside. Looks like Woods on the deep backward square boundary. They only get 1 run in the process. Edwards did some wrist spin. Here's Armstrong back and punching that past Woods into the boundary for 4. Short ball from Edwards. That's sat up. And straight away, a boundary to Armstrong. And this quick outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Anything goes past the 30-yard circle, you can say goodbye. The Windward Islands coasting away to 43 without loss. Ball more or less just stopping there on Armstrong. The most important thing is that he had a good presentation of a nice straight bat. He's on 19 from 29. Waits for Edwards. Good delivery. Yeah, Edwards has got to bowl the ball into the surface. Alex Armstrong. Waits for Edwards. He's back and just punching it up to cover. The fielder there in Aiden Williams collects. Good. Flighted delivery there from Edwards. Really completed his action there. Left Novus bowled, and the Windward Islands are 43 without loss. This is in reply to the Leeward Islands on the 15 who were bowled for 109 in 29.4 overs. Jaco Nathanez. Still would like to see him start over the wicket to the left-hander. He's starting wrong the wicket to the left-hander. So he's got a slip. Edwards goes to slip. Got a mid-on, mid-off. Short mid-wicket, cover. Backward point. So I'd like to see him maybe just bring that backward point up in more or less into a gully position. In a catching position. Man under 45. Deep backward square. Yeah, flat and fast. He could afford to bring that backward point fielder up into a gully area. He's got a ball between wicket and wicket. That's where he has to bowl Captain Athanez. Again, that's gone past Lois in a hurry. Leeward Islands will have to bowl at the Windward Islands here because they need 67 runs from 231 balls. Beautiful delivery. Here goes Athanez from the CIO then to Lewis. I like the approach so far from Lewis and Armstrong. Very circumspect, and the ball comes between wicket and wicket. It's wide, they leave it. Athanez got a bowl straighter. He's got to make the batsman play. Starts with a maiden. Yeah, so maybe looking to build some pressure. 12 overs bowled, extra 7. Windward Islands are 43 without loss, and the Leeward Islands have now used some 5 bowlers. Pittman, Daniel, Williams, Edwards, Athanez. It's lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and so the players go off for half an hour lunch. We should be back, or will be back. Armstrong not out at 19, Lewis not out at 17. They need 67 runs from 228 balls, and we will take a small break. Welcome back after the luncheon period. Windward Islands, 43 without loss. And first delivery, flighted delivery by Edwards, squeezed away into the offside for an easy single. It now brings the right-handed Alex Armstrong into strike. It brings Lewis into strike. Armstrong goes to 20-20. Comes quietly forward is Lewis. Here goes Edwards. Flatter shorter. Lewis just standing up on it and just punching it up to the offside. Break for a while. Short delivery just helped around for 4. Badly lined delivery there from Edwards, dragging it down, maybe not recovered after lunch. And I could tell you one thing for sure, the young man is not going to miss out on that. Darwin Lewis, he quickly goes to 21, score in the meantime goes up to 48 without loss. Didn't lean into that at all. Ended up in a standing up position, more or less. On driving down the ground to the mid-on fielder, can't get a single. So the first over after lunch has yielded some 5 runs. And the Windward Islands, they're motoring on at the end of 13. They're 48 without loss. Jacqueline Athenes will continue. Start his second over. First over was a maiden from the CIA road end. In fact, from the media center in to Armstrong, flatter, faster. Armstrong just playing with the turn up to the short mid-wicket fielder. 48 without loss. Windward Islands. Again, to squeeze into the offside and they'll get an easy single. Prentice coming off of the sweeper boundary. Maybe Athens can afford maybe even to bring Prentice up 3/4 of the way, really. Especially when they're driving on the offside. Nathan Edwards and Powell both go down. Dropped. It's gone all the way for 450 up for the Windward Islands team. And I was just about to say that if you're at first slip, you're at first slip. Yeah, can you just show me that again, Jason? No, he signaled wide? That can't be 4 wides. What were we seeing? Can you show me that again, Jason? Because the umpire certainly had to make a blunder. Athens is bowling. can't be wide and the keeper touched the ball was well within the range. Yeah, but it is 4 wides, but it's nowhere that you can call that a wide, really. "14 overs bowled. Windward Islands have 54 without loss." Umpires have to use their own judgment. You're an umpire, you control the game. You look and you see what's in front of you. You can't predict something. Somebody tells you this is what you're supposed to do. You have to look in it. This is an under 15 game. Gotta pay attention to the game. Driven on the offside. Here goes Edwards to Armstrong. Good leave. Coming across and covering the line as his off stump. Both batsmen on 21. This would really give Armstrong and Lewis some confidence going into the other games. Squeezed away, pass backward point and down to the boundary for 4. All Daniel could do is retrieve. He's got to be careful. He nearly ran into the dugout of the Windward Islands full kennels. Something Athens is going to have to look at. Maybe just have Daniel come to his left. Or he himself maybe can pull himself out of the slip area. And look to save one. No, he's attacking. I know he's trying to get wickets, but nothing has gone his way yet at all. Score in the meantime goes up to 58. Squeezed into the offside for an easy single. Athens can maybe take himself out of the slip cordon. Get Daniel to a round and he can go maybe a little deep to the backward point and maybe try and get the bowlers to maybe bowl wicket to wicket. The appeal for a catch. Umpire says not out. The ball was hit into the short mid-wicket area. Fowler was appealing for a catch. But the umpire maybe felt that maybe get Jason to maybe just clip that up again. Think that maybe might have bumped before it got to foul, but we'll look back again. On the edge. Racing going down the hill. Athens is after it. He won't get there. 4 runs. It's gone to the keeper's legs. So the Leewards, Windward Islands have come out after lunch and really piling on the pressure. Score in the meantime goes up to 63 without loss. Windward Islands need 51. Don't think we need that kind of cricket. Ah, no. So there's a monk. I'm even speechless. I don't think we need that at this level. Really don't think that we need that at this level. The non-striker, Lewis, was off his crease, wasn't even warned. Athenes took off the bails, and the umpire, I don't think, had a choice. Don't think we want to see this at this level. He could have been warned. Don't like this at all, Jason. 59 for 1. 59 for without loss now becomes 59 for 1. Yes, the umpire had to do his job, Lois. The spirit of the game, really, at this level under 15, you know, we want to maybe just cut that out. I don't think we need that. Just looking to see who came out. You can't see the numbers that clearly. $77. Wait for a while there. Jason is the right title, so. So had a slight break there. Both umpires had a discussion. Don't know what the discussion was about. But Athenes will start. It's going to bowl to Armstrong. He's now to bowl to Armstrong. Flatter faster. Armstrong turns it up to the short mid-wicket fielder. Kelvin Pittman back onto the field. In fact, not Kelvin, but Pittman is back. William has gone past him in a hurry. Leeward's trying to make a game out of this. 63 for 1. Suicide thinking about a single there. Armstrong. Pittman flying in, but he got the ball over the keeper's head, backed up by Edwards. So I think Alex Armstrong will have to start all over again. No need for him to get too anxious. Just keep batting. He's trying to tug a ball there. Down to the boundary for 4. He muscled that. Decided that he was going to get that one. Did keep low, but the most important thing is that Armstrong made contact. And he now quickly goes up to 30. The score goes up to 67 for 1. You need 47 singles in 209 balls, so Leeward Islands will have to bowl them out here. To 2 Daniels at mid-on and mid-off. Driven down to Trey Daniel. Caught napping there, took his eyes off of the ball there. Daniel, guilty. So over comes to an end. And that over, some 5 runs coming out of the over. Score in the meantime goes up to 68 for 1 at the end of 16. Edwards. Flighted delivery. Not luring Armstrong into anything extravagant. Not for 19. Edwards, he starts his 4th over. Stands up straight and gets an easy single. Somebody could be in trouble. No, he gets back. So the communication line not going anywhere between Armstrong and Tittle. That's really not a single. Gotta be careful. Yes, no, wait. No need for them to give their hands away. Farrell coming around there very quickly. Couldn't effect the run out. Driving again is Armstrong, but straight back to Edwards. The Leewards need some luck. Normally they say 1 comes 2, 2 comes 3. And everything comes tumbling down. Bit of bounce there from Edwards. It's gone past the bat of Armstrong. Alex Armstrong, 31 from 49. Flatter, faster, tugged down, but he can't beat the man at short mid-wicket. Fielder looks like it's Pittman. Leeward's looking for success. They need one. They need a couple of wickets to be in this game. Stands up straight and defends that. So maiden over by Edwards. And Alex Armstrong remains on 31. Darwin Lewis, the batsman, out for 25 from 51. Eighteenth over about to start. Tittle comes quietly forward. Jack O'Nathan is getting through his overs very quickly. He'd like to bowl 10 for 15. Here's a delivery which is played on the onside. And he get a quite easy single in the process. Score in the meantime goes up to 69 for 1. Armstrong driving aerially in the air, but he'll be safe. Plays that straight up to Farrell, who's at cover. Flatter, faster. Armstrong back and just working this into the deep bucket square leg area. One bounce throw back from the fielder. Looks like Woods. Comes forward again is Tittle. Head well over the line of the ball. Keeping the process down. 70 for 1. Turn and offer there, but played up to the short mid-wicket area. Over completed. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. The Windward Islands, after 18 overs, 70 for 1. Some 12 extras in the process. And chasing a very moderate low score posted by the Leeward Islands. Alex Armstrong is on 32 from 53. Windward Islands need 40 runs in 192 balls. Darai Tittle is on 1. And Edwards will continue from the CIU road end to bowl to Alex Armstrong. He's driving in the air. One bounce that went quickly to Farrell. He'd be guilty not to get too close. Needs to just give himself some room so he can see the ball. Armstrong is a big, powerful player. He uses his feet, just chips that over Farrell and into the boundary for 4. So, after lunch, the Windward Islands have come out in a flurry, and Armstrong has looked very, 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 very positive. intent here. We break again. Armstrong in the meantime goes up to 36. Score goes to 74. Gets a delivery, squares him up, but in the end he still gets a single. Down to the third man area. Athens is after it. Goes to 37 and the score goes up to 75 for 1. 5 runs out of the first 3 balls here so far. Long 3 will continue on Thursday. Here is the delivery played into the offside. Batsman can't get a run. Edwards want to finish strong. Flighted delivery, can't put it away. Tittle over completed. And at the end of it, end of 19 overs, the Windward Islands are coasting along here. They're 75 for 1. Alex Armstrong is not out on 37 from 56. Tittle is 1 from 7. So maiden over completed by Justin Athenes. Single off the Edwards delivery. Here's 6. Dropped. A bowl and caught. Edwards flying across Superman style. Just didn't stick. Another chance goes down again for the Leeward Islands. Just couldn't hold on. And the troubles continue here for the Leeward Islands under 15 in this game. 21 overs bowled. And Edwards really could have easily picked up a wicket. Armstrong remains on 38 from 66. Tittle is 3 from 9. And right now the Windward Islands, they just need 32 singles of 174 balls to win this encounter. Leeward Islands would need close to at least 9 wickets. Tittle maybe just sent to get some form. He's just contented to just stylishly come forward. Armstrong is the guy who's gonna get his game done and dusted with. Down the onside, helped around. Think this one is shotting going down the hill. Don't think Edwards will get there. It's 4 more. Badly line delivery there by Jack Wanathan is the captain, and helped around and getting a easy boundary. So score in the meantime motors on to 82. 82 for 1. And nearing their target. Getting closer and closer. Here goes Athenes. Comes quietly forward is Tittle. Like the delivery. Peeled off on the outside edge. And again it goes down to the boundary for 4. Racing away, going down the hill of the third man area. Tittle threw his hands at it. Aerial. But it was nowhere close to a fielder. And it sped away down to the third man boundary for 4. Another boundary in this over. So 8 out of Athenes is over so far. The score in the meantime goes up to 86 for 1. Maybe needs to get the slip out. Take the slip out. Put him on a short third man. Look to save a run. Here's Tittle looking to tug this one. Can't beat Pittman at short mid-wicket area. They need 24 more runs. This partnership is already yielding 23. So they've gone about their business. Armstrong is on 38. He needs 12 for a half century. Short. He just stands up straight and positively defends that. Over number 22 comes to an end. And the Windward Island 86 for 1. Tempted to say Windward Island Volcanoes, but I guess I can. You better Windward Island Volcanoes Juniors in the process. Lee was just going about their business, but just seemed not to be able to find any luck to get any wickets here at all. Good piece of work there again. But good communication, good running again between Armstrong and Tittle. Armstrong goes to 39. Tittle goes up to 11. Athenes needs to get out of the slip area. Nothing is happening there. He's got to be thinking about maybe looking to save runs. It's almost like an ornament there. There's a appeal for a catch. Gives him out. Tittle playing wrong that completely. Caught at first slip by Athenes. But I took a long time to give that out. What if that just came off with the pad? I don't know. A little bit unsighted by that, chasing my whiz. We'll be able to get that one. Thought it went quickly. So I thought that he maybe came off with the pad. If it did, it maybe might have been 2 sounds. Tittle goes back for 11. And let's look at that. I thought that came off of the pad. I know I'm a good distance away there, but certainly I did see that from here. But umpire will say that he's in the best position and he's giving him out. Jordan Charles comes out. And he's a striker of the ball. Wonder if Athens understand he has to take wickets. He's got long on, long off, sweep on the offsides, deep backward square on the leg side. Charles driving straight back to Edwards. So Edwards 1 for 26 from, he's into his 7th over. Driving to the offside is Jordan Charles. Looks easy on the eyes there as a left-hander. Just didn't find the gap there. In the practice game, I think he got 133 against the Leeward Islands in the first game. He really belted the ball at Powell's field. He's on drive in. Just thought that foul was not in the correct position there. It was more square. Athens calling up the long on and the long off for Armstrong. Armstrong will have to still keep batting. He has a chance to score a half century here. He's had a number of chances. He just needs to capitalize on that now and finish this game. But finish with a lovely 50. That'll give him some confidence. He's 39 from 67. He's done all of the hard work. Armstrong. He's squeezing this through cover. If he wants, he can get 2. Is he interested in it? Charles seemed interested. No, Charles decided he wants to strike. He wants some of this. In fact, it's over. So maybe a good call there from Charles. 23 overs bowled. And the Windward Islands, they're 89 for 2. They're inching closer and closer to their target. Windward Islands need 21 more runs. They need 110. Alex Armstrong is on 40 so far. Trinidad and Tobago were dismissed for 168 in 48.4 overs. Guyana under 15. They're 2 without loss. Barbados has already beaten Jamaica and Liberta. Flatter faster delivery. Powell takes. Something I've picked up in Powell. He doesn't go right down as a wicketkeeper. You have to go down, not halfway. Wide signal by the umpire. That's her. I think I give up. Another wide again by Athens. Down the onside. So the Leewards look as if they're giving it away in extras. They appealed for leg before, but Armstrong says I got 2 hits onto that. Down the onside again. Keeper not getting across simply because technique. And they come back quite easily for 2 byes. Or 2 wides. Umpire signal wide. I thought it pushed him. So the score now goes up to, should be 95. I think the main scoreboard, they missed a trick there. The umpire did call a wide before, but I don't think the manual scoreboard folks picked it up. He's clubbing that one. Dropped by Farrell. So Armstrong dropped on 40, goes up to 41. So they was talking about, gotta take their catches. Ball was in the air. Gotta give yourself some room in the 30-yard circle. And Farrell puts one down off Atenez. Armstrong dropped. Very eventful over. So we've had some 4 wides, a drop catch. Round the wicket comes Atenez to the left-hander, who just steers it into the offside. No need to do anything. And quite comfortably, they get an easy single. Over completed. Atenez is in awe. No, I think they should have one more delivery. Yeah, one delivery. He decided now that he's going to continue round the wicket now to Armstrong. Maybe to get him like before. Armstrong defend. And so the over finally comes to an end. So at the end of 24, extras of 17, very ill-disciplined feeling from the Leeward Islands under 15. Close to about 3 to 4 drop catches. I think might be 4. Edwards, Farrell. Yeah, they easily would have had close to about maybe 4 catches dropped for the day. It's not a good showing on their first outing. 24 overs been bowled. 96 for 2. Windward Islands. Armstrong is on 41. Lovely little not out here will give him some confidence going into their next game. And their next game will be against Barbados, against Trinidad and Tobago. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. Here goes Edwards. Whipped away into the onside. Very smart cricket there by the young man, Jordan Charles. Playing with an awareness of the game and understanding the game. It's been around this level for some time now. Here is Armstrong. Just playing around a straight one. Almost for a moment looked aerial, but he was safe. He's trying hard. He's 41. Strokes it out to Farrell at cover. He remains on 41. 97 for 2. Windward Islands need 13 runs in 153 balls. This game could be done and dusted soon. Going past the keeper and down to the boundary for 4. So, little inside edge. Did bounce. And again, Powell wrong-footed. It's got to stay down. You have to stay down. You have to ride with the bounce of the ball. Find these days the coaches have seemed to have got the keepers. The keepers have become a lot more lazy. Lack of flexibility. Not staying down long enough to the ball. Buys originally would have been signaled before. Squeezed away. This time he will get a boundary. No one will have to give him that. In Alex Armstrong. He's talking about Athens just staying at first slip. You know, really, had he been out of the slip area, then that would not have been a run. On this fast outfield here, the ball is gone for 4. Armstrong goes to 45 from 78. $105 for 2. 25 overs bowled. It's now a couple of minutes to 2 in Antigua and Barbuda. Minutes to 1 in Jamaica. Short. And here is the young man just spanking it out to cover. He's really playing a team sport. He wants Alex Armstrong to get his half century, but I don't think he will unless he decides to go for an extravagant 6. But a not out will be very important here for Armstrong. He's done all the hard work and can very well maybe earn himself the man of the match here today. He's just whipping that in the air. And he gets an easy single out to the deep backward square leg area. He goes to 46. So let's see how smart Jordan Charles would be to maybe just get a single and bring Armstrong back on strike. They need 3 runs. He needs 4 for 50. Wide ball by Athens. Now comes down to 2. This game maybe could be finished just now. Spanked out into the offside. Charles. He goes up to 5. Brings Armstrong into strike. Score is 109 according to the scorer. Anthony is not giving him much of a room to look to punch anything. So according to our official score, that should be the game. They're still motoring along. So somebody maybe missed a trick. Do they have a walkie-talkie or something taking place? I think that's the game. So the game, Windward Islands under 15, winning their first game over their arch rivals, the Leeward Islands under 15. Armstrong is left not out on 47, 110 for 2 from 81 deliveries. Jordan Charles on 5, 110 for 2 in 25.5 overs. So the winners in the first round so far, Barbados and the Windward Islands under 15 with a good start. Next round of matches will be on Thursday. Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago at Liberta. Then we will have Leeward Islands versus Barbados at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That is going to be at top of the match clash. And Leeward Islands versus Jamaica. What am I saying? Come on. Ghana versus Jamaica at the Antigua Recreation Ground in round 3. On Friday, Good Friday, we'll have Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago at the CCG. Looking forward to see that game. Windward Islands versus Ghana at ARG. And Leeward Islands versus Jamaica at Liberta. So, the Leeward Islands going down in their first game by some 8 wickets. Congratulations are in order to the Windward Islands under 15 team. Let me thank Jason for his expertise, and also for Mr. Armstrong, Richard Armstrong, who came in earlier and had a chat with us. I'm Vernon A. Springer signing out on behalf of the 360 team here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.